I'll put you on that audio for now, but my microphone isn't turning on. So that's a good start, isn't it? What could it be? What could it be? I'll actually pause the recording whilst it's doing this. Trying the USB thing. No. How bizarre. How very bizarre. Let me wait and see if I'm getting any audio. Very bizarre. I'm getting audio, that's good. Yeah, what the hell on earth is going on? Let's plug you directly into the computer and see what's going on. Doesn't bode well for the podcast, does it? Right, we're on. Check, check, check. Okay. Check, check, check. We're good. Okay. Boom. Double check this. I think we're good. Check, check. We're good, we're good, we're good. Cool. All right, start the recording. This, as you can probably already tell, this this is going to be a bit ropey, this first one. But I thought better late, or better get started than ever. The whole point in this streaming is that I basically just want to reveal all when it comes to my, not necessarily vibe coding, but we will do some vibe coding, but also my AI assisted development workflow, and just give you insight into my setup, what's going on through my mind, and all this kind of things to let you just watch me do stuff. And I've got a few apps and a few things that I want to build in mind. Welcome for suggestions. Very, very welcome to suggestions. Let me just get the live thing so I can actually see your comments and things like that. Yeah, very, very welcome to anything that you want to suggest to build. But I figured this first one might just be a bit of a lay of the land thing to, yeah, just to show you what's going on. I don't even have cursor open, so as you can see, I'm very well prepared for this. I thought let's just go and figure it out on the road. So let me just close all of my windows down so I'm not doxing myself or anything like that. Close my mail, close that window, make sure this one's nice and small, and open up cursor. I still have access to Claude Code, so I want to make the most of that one. I think I've got a few days left of Claude Code. And what I've been doing this morning, I was wanting to start this after I'd looked into something called Taskmaster. That was the last piece of the puzzle for all of this. I feel like everything else is kind of done, whereas Taskmaster was the last little piece. Let me describe to you what Taskmaster is. Oh my days, I've got lots of windows open here. Let's start a new window. That's really annoying. Delete all my stuff. Okay, let me screen share. Oh, look at me. I'm down there. Like, let's make me a little bit bigger. Whack me maybe. Shall I go over here? Is that where I should be? Probably, if we're going to be coding. Well, we'll be prompting actually, so we'll do that. Can I flip myself? Transform. Flip horizontal. Boom, boom, boom. Now it just looks like I'm looking at my code. Cool. So this is, let's look at Taskmaster AI, right? Taskmaster is where I think Claude Taskmaster is where I think every single project should start. Okay, I think this is no, this is it. Good. We'll leave this on here for now and hide that. Taskmaster is where I think all vibe code projects or AI assisted projects should work. At the moment, I'm only seeing it worthwhile if you're starting from scratch, because it inevitably creates a product requirement document, not like a feature or anything like that. But it's a bit technical, and I would love for there to be an online version of this that you can just download. I'm sure there is actually, because it's not exactly rocket science. It's just a document that basically just gets filled out full of everything that is necessary to build a product, right? So it pretty much makes sense. Let's go to, here we go. Here's a demo here. What you'll see. This demo shows how Taskmaster AI helps you break down complex projects into manageable tasks. You'll see project initialization, PRD parsing to generate tasks, task listing with dependencies, complexity analysis to identify challenging tasks, breaking down complex tasks into subtasks, and getting the next logical task to work on. Let's just start in the demo. This demo shows a Taskmaster AI breaks down complex project into manageable tasks with clear dependencies. But this will be all running on your local machine, okay? So they've ran They've ran Taskmaster init in their kind of directory or wherever they are. And they've added a bunch of rules and stuff like that. This is going to be really annoying. And now they're taking a PRD. So there's a text file that's been generated that's basically the template. They're going to parse that PRD and identify core features, break down implementation steps, and establish dependencies. Parse product requirements document to generate tasks. Now, I wonder if this is actually not a template, but regardless. List all generated tasks. So it's generated all of these tasks, and these will all be text files. And the beauty of all this is that they actually have dependencies, and basically this one can't be completed. This one can't be completed unless this one, and this one are done, sort of thing. So it's great, really, really great for that. Analyze complexity, complexity report. So obviously just breaking down the complexity of these things. Taskmaster expand. Implement user authentication. It's doing subtasks then, and then get the next task to work on based on dependencies. Cool. So the good thing here is, if you are non-technical and you're looking at this thinking, what the... They have a MCP server. So you can literally, in natural language, get it to do a bunch of stuff, right? And you don't have to worry about all of this crazy talk. But what I really like about this is that, yes, it creates a bunch of tasks, but you've got three models that it chooses from. You've got the kind of light task, you've got the complex task, and then you've got like a fallback. And this is a theme that needs to, we run through all of this Vibe Code series, which will be how we choose our models to get the appropriate task done. Now, in a nutshell, big models like Opus, Gemini Pro, O4, probably going to be used at the early stages of the project. And when the scope is broad, and the features are sweeping, and many changes are going to be made. And as we start to get into vibe debugging, or debugging and things like that, we're going to start to narrow our focus, and we're going to want to go with simpler models. But we'll get more into that later on in the series. For now, as I say, I haven't used this. I've watched plenty of videos on it because I really wanted to understand it. Really wanted to make sure that this is something I want to be promoting to my audience. And I feel like it is. Before, I was pushing that we should write it all. We should get a ChatGPT to generate our prompts, but this is a more structured way to do so. I would love it. We're building next generation product development. Okay, so they're just building a team thing. So that's the demo. That's it complete. So you basically run through all of these things. What was I saying now? I've forgotten. But regardless, let's get started. Global install. Let's get started on this and start. But I do think this is the more structured way to do it. So inside of your terminal, you can run this absolutely anywhere, because that -G means that it's going to be installed globally. So we can install that with npm. Obviously, you're going to need Node installed. Obviously, you're going to want npm installed, which comes with Node. And we can install Taskmaster. Let it do its thing. And then we're going to want to do Taskmaster init. But I want MCP. So we don't have to run all of this stuff. I want MCP. So most MCPs look the same. As you can see, if I flick through there, they're all the same. I'm going to take that, copy that, check on this. Yep, we're installed. Good. I'll probably close that now. We go into Cursor. This is just a Webflow Cloud project that I've got at the moment. We go to Cursor settings, tools and integrations, and we're going to want to add a new MCP server. I'm just going to be very careful right now not to reveal any API keys, because this is actually working for me. Max tokens, temperature, subtask, priority. Cool, we're good. That should be good. I obviously need to put my API keys in here, so I am going to pull that off the screen. But we should have, and it's got 33 tools enabled. Now, this is killing my, exceeding token tools limit. I need to switch these down. But we're going to create a new project anyway, I think. But we're just setting up Taskmaster just for this little bit here. So let me just create some tokens and things like that. And in fact, just so I don't accidentally do anything, you're just going to enjoy me for a minute. You'll have to entertain me. I'm probably going to use just Gemini and Claude. I believe that if we put our Anthropic API keys, if we put our Anthropic key in and we have a max plan enabled or a pro plan enabled, then it will just use those. I'm led to believe. No, that's not what I want. How do I create an API key for Anthropic console? Is this it? Let's log in. Yeah, so I'm hoping that we get to use our max plan, because I don't want to be paying for Claude API. Let's just talk about models for a moment then, as you're waiting for me to do all this. I have to say I am get API key. I don't know whether I've just got posh tastes, but I do feel like I enjoy Claude. Okay. Okay, so I've got let me just show you. There's no API keys being shown. Let me just show you this real quick. So I've got two workspaces here, and I think this one is probably assigned to, like, my max plan account. So if I name my key Let's do Taskmaster. I'm just creating an API key for. So I think this is now. Can I create API keys in the Claude Code workspace? Okay, I don't know then. I really don't know. Let's have a look. Let's hope and pray for the best. Yeah, I don't know whether I've just got expensive tastes, but I feel like I'm getting on a lot better with Claude than I am with Gemini. I do want to really give Gemini a bigger go because it's just so cheap. But at the end of the day, it's working better for me. I just feel like, yeah. So I actually got it wrong earlier. It's not, a lighter model, faster model. It's actually a research model. So, API group. So the research model we're using is Perplexity, which I love Perplexity. Enter the email address of the person you want to invite. No, I don't want to do that. I just want to create an API key, please. I just want to create an API key. And please, if Perplexity, you're somehow listening to the ether right now, can you figure out a way to not have these stupid icons that make little to no sense when it comes to switching between your different modes? API bit. See, I'm struggling to API group. API keys. What am I doing? It's right there. API keys. Right. Create key. That's really annoying. And also a way to name your API keys. Like I literally. So I've just created an API key here, and they've got no names, the order switched around. Some sort of order switched around. So now I don't know which key was. Oh, how rubbish is that? Okay. Whatever. Waffling. Model. I want to use Claude 4, so let's Anthropic API, boom, 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 developer docs. Sorry, this must be really, really boring, but I am just making sure I'm set up with everything from a Taskmaster perspective. Claude Opus. So Opus, I've understood there's actually a hybrid model. Complexity model, so not Pro is good. It's a hybrid model. Now if I share my screen right now, you should be able to see what's going on without me revealing all. So I've got my Anthropic key, I've got my Perplexity key, and this is for research, this is for code, and then my model is Claude Opus 4, and then my Perplexity model Sonar Pro. I'm happy with that. You've got max tokens here. Temperature is 0.2, which means it's going to not vary too much. You've got priority, medium, max tokens, blah blah blah. This is quite a high max token limit. So that's my Taskmaster setup inside of Cursor. So that means the MCP is done, and it might mean that if we use 2.5, that this could mean that we could now set up a new project. What are we going to build? We need something to build. And there's a few things. I think I know what I want to build, actually. So I want to build a product that is... it's basically for my clients to... Where are we now? To store all of their passwords and usernames and things like this for the projects that we build for them. I've called it projects. This is probably the third or fourth time I've tried it, and it's not been very fruitful, but I think I want to sit down and actually do it. So I'm not going to vibe it. I'm going to AI assist. Do I want to vibe it? I sort of want to vibe. I'm going to AI assist code it because I want a opportunity to set this up properly. So I want to set up my account, the project up properly. I want to use Shad, CN, and Tailwind. I feel like this is a nice. I want to get better at Shad CN. I haven't really dug into it. Cool. I haven't dug into it as much as I had liked, but let's go. Actual code installation. Let's do. I mean, technically, it could be a Veep project. To be fair, I don't need it to be a Next.js project, so let's do Veep actually. Okay, so actually, let's do this. Let's go item. Let's cd into my sites folder, which is where I like to do all my projects, and we're going to create a new Veep project. Yes, that's fine. We're going to call this projects, but I reckon this is already done, so I'm just going to project Veep. View React. I think we're React to be fair, but just look through those. Yep, React's good. Variant, definitely going to use. I don't know what's SWC. I don't know what SWC is. Let's React router v7 tan stack router. Can we do? Is this assuming TypeScript? React router. I kind of want to use TypeScript, you know, but I wonder if React router is TypeScript. Let's try that. Let's try that. Yeah, we want to initialize a Git repository. Install. Yeah, we want to initialize dependencies. Cool, it's doing that. No wonder. So now we need to add Tailwind. Do a Tailwind to that project. Oh no, hang on. Cancel that. Projects Veep. That's what we want to do. Cool. And now we want to open this in code now. So we go code, open this. And this is projects. It's got a Docker file. How odd. Oh, it's got a Docker file. Interesting. What was I interested in? I was interested in to see if this is a TypeScript project, which it is, which is great. And we want to go to here. We want to go source.index.css. App source. I'm guessing it's this one here. Oh, it's already there. Brilliant. Excellent. And we are using TypeScript 4. Try and use this. Edit. I'm pretty sure the what is this? tsconfig. Compiler options. Base URL is fine. Paths. Well, we're not on source, to be honest. I don't know why this is. Maybe because we're using React Router. Source is app, and that's good. We're good to go. And add the following. Edit. What's app.json? I don't know what app.json is, to be fair. Update veep.config. Let's just do this. Probably go in here now and just do everything from this terminal. veep.config.ts. These are all here, so I don't know why it's. Okay, there's a few things that are missing. Let's double check. So path. We don't need Tailwind. We don't need that, and we don't need that. So we need path though. Plugins. Tailwind, React Router, tsconf, Tailwind CSS is there. React is not there, but I'm guessing React Router takes care of that. Resolve alias. Let's do this one. And then this is actually app. Gosh, I haven't started a project like this from scratch in ages. Run the CLI. Okay. Now we're pulling in ShadCN. Now we've got everything done. Yes, we're doing everything from inside cursor now, so I can close that. Which color would you want the base color? Probably, maybe slate. Let's do it. Let's go nuts. Add components. Okay, so we're doing this. Again, I'm not massively familiar with ShadCN. So what? Every time we need to add a component, we just do this. And then we've got a bunch of... Oh, we've got to look into Figma MCP at some point and combine it with ShadCN. But anyway, we're vibing. We're vibing. Cool. I think this should be up and running now. npm run dev. Make sure it opens in Zen. And we're good to go. Don't think there's any... Oh, there is errors. No fruit... Oh, it's only this service worker thing, which I always get, but I've never been able to figure out how to remove that bloody error. Anyway, we are good to go. We've got Taskmaster MCP running. So let's go back to Taskmaster. And let's see what goes on. Initialize Taskmaster. Let's see what's going on here. See if the MCP picks it up. Run tool. Whoa, we create a whole lot of stuff there. Taskmaster been initialized. The next step is to create tasks from a product requirements document. I'll check if you already have a PRD text file, which you don't. The Taskmaster docs directory is empty, so I'll create PRD. First, I'm going to read the example PRD template and understand its structure. Create a useful PRD document. I'll need to understand what you're building. I'll start by reading the README. Okay, the README, solid foundation. I now generate the PRD Taskmaster. So this is fine, but I should have filled in the README properly. Okay, the README provides a solid foundation. I'll generate a detailed PRD. So this is the PRD. Full application template, but it's all the technical stuff. Core features, user experience, primary personas, developer looking to quickly start a full. Yeah, so we need to redo this. So let's go into our README. Welcome to projects. This is quite a nice habit to kind of get into, to jump in and be like, right, I'm going to make sure, make sure that it's filled out before we even start. So this is a tool for clients to store all of their usernames and passwords for various services they have after working with Jupyter and the Giraffe. Jupyter Giraffe is my company, and yeah, we'll see what goes on here. And stacklets, blah blah blah. Do I leave all this? Do I just go technical information and then just do this? And then hopefully that'll keep that there. Cool. Let's see if we can come up with some stuff here. So I kind of already know what it is I want to do, or what features I want. Master user is able to create users, organizations, and services. I actually want to call this services. I don't know why I named it project. So welcome to services. Okay. User integrate master user can assign users to organizations and services to can assign users and services to organizations. Master users can assign roles to users. Organizations need at least one admin user. User roles are admin user and master user. I don't know whether it's going to pick up that is kind of like a, I don't know. I shouldn't be able to set a master user on an organization, but whatever, we'll see. What else do we want? Master users can assign roles to users. Organizations need at least one admin user. User roles are admin, user. Probably need to start getting into admins can create services in their organization and create users. Admins can edit services. Edit services they create. I'm trying to think if I basically get them set up as a master user on all the services they need, then should they be able to edit them? Probably so, but then that locks me out. Whatever. It doesn't really matter because it's a POC. Admins can edit services. Users can copy usernames, names and passwords from services. Services can have a username and username, password, and URL field. Trying to think how I get some, because I want to use Supabase. So let's do backend database. It should use Supabase. What I really want to do is find a way to, because I've got an MCP server called Context 7, and it uses like up-to-date documentation for certain things. I wonder how it could potentially do that for this. Anyway, backend. Let's keep auth in Supabase 2. Maybe we'll move this in the future, but this is the beauty of kind of highlighting all this stuff, is that we can move it around because it's not all, it's not all set in stone. Username, password, URL field. Of course, it's got a light mode and dark mode. Sorry if you can hear the sirens. It's bloody boiling at the moment in the UK, so my windows are open. Light mode, dark mode, account access for all users, password reset, email change. Cool. Let's cancel that. Let's press up. Oh, I thought up might actually initialize Taskmaster. Let's see what it does with this now, because I've set a bunch of things in here, which hopefully gives it some sort of context as to what we're trying to build. And then this is kind of technical information, which hopefully it will, mostly just ignore. And I wonder how we could potentially, I might do it off screen, if we can check if we're all using my Max account, basically. Cool, that's doing its thing. Wish I had another screen, to be honest. Looks like Taskmaster has already been initialized. Create a PRD. So we could have just said create PRD from TXT. So why is it now doing this? Is this a context thing? To use experience, use personas. So it's not. No, we don't want that. What we're going to do, we're going to create a new thing here. Create PRD from README, and let's see if this works. I'm hoping this picks up MCP stuff. Cool. Leveraging Taskmaster workflow, so it's done that, which is good. I wish it didn't pick up all of these. I'm now fully immersed in the task of interpreting the README file. Run tool. Nice. So this is the beauty of MCP. Natural language. Picking it up. Never even mentioned Taskmaster in this. But I'll tell you what I would like to do is turn off some of these tools. So, don't need GitHub. Don't need Context 7 for now. Don't need Playwright for now. Maybe want Superbase. Don't need file system. Really want to show you guys this Magic UI. Maybe later though. Taskmaster AI. Got 2 Taskmasters going off. So how might I just close that? I'm going to try and, in fact, I'm going to go like this. And make sure I've deleted the one. My MCP file only has 1 Taskmaster in it. So I wonder why it shows 2. Maybe it's a bug. Alright, no worries. No worries. We're back. It's taken ages. That's why I turned those off, because it was taking ages. For 50 seconds. Course I use calling path. I don't want to skip into continue, do I? Why is this taking so long, mate? Probably doesn't need Gemini 2.5 Pro to like do this, but let's... I don't want to skip and continue here. So you can actually control what MCP tasks or tools can run inside certain projects. So I guess you can automatically turn these on and off depending on your project. Probably as a way to do that through a prompt, to be honest. Come on, this is annoying me now. I don't know if this is skip and continue. What is that? Oh. Connection failed. The problem is this. Okay, resume. Let's see if it does it again. Okay. Just needed a kick. Of course. Run tool. And we're back here again. Oh, and by the way, we were asked on the podcast that whether this is the latest version. Preview 0605 is the latest version that's pointing to the public release. Okay. Excellent. Bridget, from your README, here are the tasks I've created. Run tool. Where is this outputted now? Docs, tasks, JSON. So it's analyzing that complexity, which is what I was saying about, do we need to run all this? The MCP server does it all for us. Maybe it's just this slow. MCP tool not found. Okay. Security, authentication, user management, organization, deployment, CD. Okay, let's full analysis. Okay, run tool, user management. We don't mention shad CN in here, which is build client server. I'm not doing any server stuff. Don't think. So this is the template. Architecture, system, data models, development roadmap, timelines, all the matters, scope and detailed. So I wonder at what point it uses. I suppose it's using an API. So it's sending this off. So Gemini is being used to interpret my prompts, but then the MCP is sending off requests to Claude, Anthropic, to actually, generate these PRDs, which could be why it's a little bit slow. Let's go to here. Let's have just a little look around. Let's have a little poke around whilst beyond the CLI, back to terminal. I want to close this. I want to go back to, this is such a nerdy website, it's crazy. Install instructions. The UI, I mean, it looks cool, but it's quite confusing. So where do I type? Oh, here. So I can type these, navigate my way around with commands. They really want you to be okay with terminal, don't they? Okay, it's still going. Let's go to GitHub. A little look what's going on here. So it is cool. They do call it Claude Taskmaster. So they do have a one-click thing for cursor, which is cool. Requirements, Anthropic, OpenAI. Didn't see any of these. Google and stuff. I guess you just gotta add it like that. MCP. So you can actually use MCP to like change and update the models and stuff like that. Change the main model to see, I wonder, okay, so let's have a little look, because it automatically took my README file and I hadn't seen anywhere that it was just going to do that. So we've done this. Open cursor, enable Taskmaster with toggle, configure the models you want to use. Enable, for example, to use Claude Code, no API key required. Interesting. So we should probably just do that to use Claude Code. So I'm just going to copy that. And yeah. In the editor's chat pane, initialize Taskmaster. So we've initialized it. For new projects, create your PRD. Make sure you have a PRD. For new projects, create. But once you've initialized it, we initialized it, and then it said you don't have a PRD, and then created a PRD. So like, there's just a little bit of confusion there. In that initializing it whinges that you don't have a PRD, but then they say in step 5, after initializing it, to make sure we have a PRD. Unless it's just saying, just double check, make sure it's in there. You can use scripts PRD to migrate. Okay, while PRD is recommended for complex projects, you always create individual tasks by, can you help me implement? Okay, that's cool. I wonder if it will, because that's something the chat can help you with, but I guess Piles requirements, AI assistant. Yeah, it doesn't. it's not quite clear to me at what point do you say, because again, initializing just starts creating stuff. So so look how it's getting on. Still going. Gosh, it's slow. It's very slow. I don't even know whether it's progressed onto there since we flicked away. PRD. So this to me, this is probably now, do you know what, I've probably messed up again. Example PRD. Just because we did this and it just started creating a bunch of files for us. That's probably why it's going absolutely crazy right now. Connection failed. Let's try again. It's probably reusing this PRD here which you created, even though. Okay, let's just go with it. Let's see what it creates and see if it has any reference to anything I added in the README file. Okay, well, we've done this, but whatever. Let's have a look at our tasks. Clone project template, install project dependencies. So these configure TypeScript. So they're kind of saying that they want to do it on an empty project. This is what it seems like to me, which is not what I want to do. Absolutely not. So let's stop this. Let's stop this nonsense right now. I'm going to delete all these. Yeah. Delete. Oh, I need GitHub. Yeah, I do want to delete GitHub. It's not Git. I want to delete Taskmaster. See you later. Tray. So VS Code. Inserf. Roots app. Okay, this is all good. Public. Okay, so that's good. Probably don't need this. Yeah, it's got Taskmaster stuff. We're going to do this. Cool. Okay, so we're back to square one. So the first thing we're going to do, so knock back into here. Let's check the main model. I'm going to clear the context. Remove that. Let's see if this uses core code. Yeah, that makes sense because it's not Anthropic, it's that. So cool. Okay. So again, that's really annoying. So again, just by changing the main model, then it just initializes the project, which then doesn't give you an opportunity to change the README file. Yeah, it's really annoying. But we live and learn. Available through Amazon Bed. So, and this isn't even working. Claude Code isn't even working. This is frustrating. Depending on your editor, blah, blah, blah. So we've got that. And Claude code setup. Let's go into here. Okay. Models. To use Claude code, update your taskmaster.config. And it's initialized it now, which is annoying. Okay, so using command line, initialize my project, use command line. So where's our initialize? Okay, for any you can use scripts.pid or migrate. Reject. Okay, right, whatever. Taskmaster initialize this project. Let me just double check something. Docs, no reports, no tasks, no templates. Cool. Using readme as my what do you say? Using see what goes on. This is the sort of thing like you don't get with tutorials, is that as long as you follow the exact route that they do, the moment you stray is the moment that it starts to. Once set your task project using your README, since the project is already initialized, I will now parse the README file. Brilliant. That looks good. Because we don't have a doc, which we did. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't help that their docs aren't. You know, we can't change the model without it initializing, so we can't, and then it doesn't even do that properly. And so we haven't even had an opportunity to set up our README, which is the automatic thing it does. Let's have a little look at their tutorial, see what it does here. Right, there are two ways. So you install it, you set that up. API keys. We're going to have keys in both places. MCP to your Gitignore. Okay, enable the MCP in your editor settings. Prompt, please initialize Taskmaster into a. Okay, create blah blah blah. Initialize files. Guide you to replace your PRD document. But didn't it just create this once we initialized it? Wasn't it? Like, can we? How do we go back now? Show chat history. Initialize, right? Go here, initialize project, initialize. The next step is to create tasks from a product requirements document. Check if you already have a prd.txt is empty. So I'll create a prd text file through and then use the doc and then read the readme. So this is the annoying part, is that the README, it just took the README file, and the docs here didn't say make sure you have your README file, or you know, yeah. Anyway, whatever. How's it getting on? How's it getting on? This is really this is not our day, is it, for this? Cool. Docs doesn't create anything yet. Clipboard, this looks good. This looks what we want. Clipboard integration, user management, theme. There we go. We're finally getting somewhere. Thank you. So is it done now? Because we're not getting any. We're not getting any updates right now. Kind of want to put auto run mode on. Where do we go? Chat. Here we go. Continue. Blah blah blah. Cool. Pending. They're all pending. So let me know what you'd like me to do next. For example, can you ask me to show detailed specific tasks or find the next task to work on? Well, you kind of gave up here. Okay. What's the next thing to do in Taskmaster? Okay, that's just going to go to the next task. Generate task files. Can you generate task files? Okay. Good. List out the tasks. Hopefully they don't say pending now. And they do. Great. Anyway, let's start on these tasks. Project setup configuration. Well, we've already done this, annoyingly. Probably should have looked through. So, let's. Here we go. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, we could do with all these anyway. That's fine by me. Create an example in the environment. Blocks from create a file as well. Create environment files now. Update get ignored. Good. Thank you for doing that. Okay, cool. So it kind of just skipped over stuff that it doesn't need to do here, which is good. Database integration. Create the following databases: users, organizations, services, user organizations. Beautiful. So we should get now a Superbase kind of migrations folder that allows us to move that into. If you don't have a project yet, we'll create one on the Superbase website once you have. Okay. Let's do this. Let's go to Superbase dashboard. Here we go. So we've already got one here, but we're just going to create a new one. We're going to call this services, database password, blah, blah, blah. We obviously won't save this. In fact, I'm just going to type in a bunch of other stuff here. And in fact, I'm going to go a step further and make sure we generate a new one. Save. Let's go that. Cool. Okay, services. Basically, it doesn't want me to have two projects called services. Services new. How boring is that? Services new, we're going to call it. Cool. I think that's done. Public key. I'm just getting all my API keys set up right now. Public and non-public. There we go. Cool. Create. Cool. I'll create the client file app libs superbase manage connection that we can adjust it. Cool. Okay, done that. I've got the public anon key. Now again, I'm wondering what model it's using during this thing, where it's using, I guess it's using my API key. I really want to use core code. Superbase project URL. Get this from Superbase 2. Project URL. I think this is not sensitive, so so let me try and hide what's going on here. But I do want to show you. So I've put my Superbase anon and project. It's asked me to put these in the environment example. Normally, you push up your environment example to Git. Now, if you've got your keys in there, you should ideally, you see all this dummy content here. Ideally, you just have dummy content in your example, and then in your actual env file is where you'll actually have your keys and stuff. Point is, don't add actual stuff to your example file, because typically that will get pushed up. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go vite. This is asking me to put vite in front of my two things. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to duplicate. So I'm going to copy env to env example to env, and then in my env example, I'm going to remove those API keys. Cool. And it should just automatically pick those up now because it prioritizes the env file. Cool. The prefix is necessary for Vite to expose. Once you've done that, I think I can share my screen now. Once you've done that, we can move on to creating. Okay. Let's go. Once we get this project up and running, I'm needing a coffee. I'm getting so many phone calls today. One from America. So let's have a look. Excellent. Superbase integration, database schema, more detail to help you. It seems there's an issue configuring the API key for the AI model. This is preventing me from using AI-powered expansion feature. Not to worry, I can still create the subtask view manually based on a plan. What do you mean there's an API? There's a problem with the API key. Table, services, users, configure API keys, implement user role security. That sounds fabulous. Migrations, cool. Or here's the plan. Create. We'll start with subtask 2. I'll now create a SQL migration file. I'll place this in a directory to keep our database changes organized. Migration file for the organizations table has been created. You can now apply this migration into your Superbase project. You can do this by copying. See, this is the one thing I didn't realize about Superbase is that I thought it created these migrations here, and you just you use the CLI or something like that to do it, but no, apparently not. Let's accept that. Let's try using Superbase MCP. Apply migrations to Superbase project. I kind of want to not use up context by creating a new task. Can you go back to tasks? Yeah, you can. I should have created a new task, shouldn't I? Cool. Okay, fine. That's all good. Close that. Make sure we're here. So inside of Superbase here, we can just paste in that, run it, and now we should have table. Oh, there we go, there's organizations. It's not got RLS on it though, so we'll have to double check that. Okay, next task. Cool. We'll copy that. SQL editor. Next task. Dun. Copy this. Next task. So it's configuring user roles now. User 3, blah, blah, blah. Here's the approach. User organizations, master role, system-wide, approach given us clear permissions. What do you think of this plan? Do you agree? Can we move on to the final subtask? To the row level security. We do need to move on to row level security. So yeah, this is fine. I am wondering though, like, you could just use, you know, you could just use the chat feature to do this, as long as you've got it in your head of like creating a PRD, all this sort of stuff. I mean, if we look into, where are we? We need to go to Taskmaster here. Tasks. I want to see my PRD. Example PRD. Unless we, you know, we need to follow this. I just, yeah, I feel like we haven't properly done this yet. I mean, we so far so good. I don't think we've properly done it. Like, I imagined our requirements like changed into a PRD. So what I might do is just create another, you know, project. Oh, that cyclical dependency. You know, if we didn't put it in our, yeah, maybe our README needs to be completely empty and just our requirements. I'm not too sure, but it's just a bit confusing, that cyclical dependency. I might do a little bit more research on that, but anyway, so far so good. We've got a really structured way to start our project right now, so we'll just keep going with it. Trouble with the AI powered task expansion. My apologies. Well, tell me how to fix it then. Perplexity API error unauthorized. Okay, so it's Perplexity. Let's just fix that, because this is still my nutting. Where are we? We are here. Okay, I've updated the Perplexity thing. Rerun that last task. I've updated the API key. Okay, this looks, oh no, unauthorized current tag text generation API error. Well, I don't know what to say. Okay, implement this. It's still able to do it. I guess it's not. So I'm just going to do this off screen in a sec. It's just not. Well, I know why. It's because, now I can share this with you, because it's also created another thing here that I need to update. Can I just remove that? I'm just going to delete that. And let's see what it does from this point onwards. Well, it looks like we're doing UI now. Which is cool. I'm going to be honest, this code looks, you know, complex. Okay, we should see something now, I would say. And not defined. Yes, they are defined. So I'm just going to go off screen again. Yes, they are defined. Okay, they just named them wrong. That's all. This is a non-key. A non-key. A non-key is a fun word, isn't it? A non-key. A non-key. And superbase URL. Superbase URL. Superbase URL. npm run dev. Should be fine now. Another error. Roots TSX is invalid. Roots TSX is invalid. Roots. Root. Okay, do you want to... Should we vibe this now? Because that's... once you have dated the file, please let me know and I will proceed the next steps. What's this now? I'm still unable to update the roots.tsx file. Apologise, there seems to be an issue with the tool that applies file edits. I have tried multiple times, but to move forward, I will need you to manually update the contents of... Okay. That's because no changes have made. The change you want to make is no changes. I have this is classic vibe debugging right now. I have made the changes suggested. The error remains. So what I'm reading from this now is that Taskmaster, in a project that I've already set up, is not so happy. Refer to the changes. Application should be file-based routing, provide a template, presence of app route sign-up should be automatically created. The original error should be resolved. Can you please running development server? Okay, root config file not found at roots.ts. Let's give that a little whirl. It's perplexing. Who named it? So yeah, I look at this and I think we are using up so much context just with this now. Try running npm run dev, npm dev. Kind of want to update the model. Okay, this looks good. Okay, something going on. Something's going on. And then we're back to this. Okay, we're good. Okay, error is resolved. Couldn't spell. Choose duplicate import. Login. Okay. Go. Here we go. There's login. Looks like shit though. Where are we? So we're at home. Go to login. Nice. I have to figure out a way to. I just kind of want to go straight to login, so we'll do that. Make sure that's the case, because this isn't going to be like, at least for now anyway, it's not going to be a public app. You know, it's just going to be for my clients who I create, who I invite to it. Okay. Are we at the root now? No, we're not. Okay. Oh, we are. Nice. So root automatically logs in. Great. That's nice. I would also like to see if I create a new chat now. New tab. Create a new chat. There's already a chat running, and you can replace it or open a new tab. Cool. Create cursor rules based on tech stack defined in README. Let's see if this will do. Fantastic work. Complete the piece of user role management of the rules. Cool. Accept. Yep. Yep, we are. Yep. Seems the API key. Oh, Jesus Christ. Unauthorized. Cursor rules. Well, maybe it's still in context or something. Can you test both API keys before we progress? So it should be in our env example. So it should be here. Well, I mean, in our env file. Let's copy these. Obviously, go off of here. Add them here. Anthropic. Oh, clipboard. I've updated. So many little things that are very, as I think you get this with all things though. That's the problem. So many little and niggling annoyances, like why, if we go to Taskmaster, wherever it is, install instructions, like why are we adding them here if it's then asking us to like add them in our env file? and also then creating a MCP file in the project structure. There's three things that are being done there. Darling Diaries. What project? What program am I using? This is Cursor. Oh, you mean the whole thing? So this is Taskmaster. So what we've been doing is inside of Cursor, we've been trying to set up a project using Taskmaster, which basically takes all of your project requirements and creates a logical task list. You can see them all that's created here, and it's working through them one by one. And we're using MCP to do so, because they have an MCP server. So if that makes sense to you, let me know. Or whatever doesn't make sense to you, let me know. So now what are we doing? We are get user role. Okay, so it's just returning user role, probably to run security checks on requests. Accept all. And next task, we can run just next task. It's just going to go on to the next task or the next subtask that's created. If we just go in here, there's dependencies. I mean, if I go here, go accept all there. List out task progress. Again, because we're running MCP, it will just figure out that we want to use we're interested in Taskmaster. So you can say that there, getting cool tasks. Cool. It's doing its thing. Cool. So look, we've slowly working through these now, and it's checking them off as we go. And we're on user role management, and it's saying that, yeah, there we are. Hopefully that answers your question. Now create a custom hook, so we can get rid of that now. Okay. Get user roles, middleware hooks for access enforcement. Now create a custom hook, get user role, which is responsible for getting the role. And hooks directory exists, and create user role, blah blah blah. Added the code for the account page. Very nice. Darling Diaries, are you Vibe code or are you Cursor code? Permissions MD. Where is it creating that? I thought these would need to be MC, MDC. Gosh, we haven't even seen the actual app yet because we've got no users. So this looks like server stuff, which is kind of interesting because we are not functions. Oh, the super base functions. Okay. I'm not a fan that we're using super base functions, to be honest. I think we need to worry about that too much. I'm looking for any indication that our API keys are now being used. Okay, with the core role management function in place, the next logical step to integrate tests for RBAC. I don't know what RBAC is, but okay. Crucial step to ensure the security, front-end component test or user management component. Let's mock the super base client, simulate calls. Cool. I mean, you continue. Let's go. Now I can imagine there's a lot of people who will be frustrated with this because this is taking a lot of time before we're actually seeing anything of interest. Now, granted, I'm also getting a bit bored of this, but the idea is that we are being patient and meticulous in the setup and the early stages to make sure the infrastructure is sound, and then we're able to iterate a little bit more quickly once we've got it up and running, because then it's dealing with the code base that's solid, basically. So bear with us. We will get the whole point of this challenge now is we'll get something up and running, hopefully every single day, learning as we go, improving as we go. The task manager was a brand new thing to me. Well, not brand new, but I've known about it for a while. I've done some bits and bobs of research. I'm just putting it to the test, trying to make sure I understand why and how it's being used. It's still a little bit fuzzy on the cyclical dependencies that it makes us do. Like, I'm still not sure of the order in which we should initialize a project. Particularly as a lot of these frameworks generate README files, they generate project structures. You know, I don't want Task Manager to define my project structure. I want to do that. It's not Task Manager's role to do that. Or at least I want to be able to define my structure. So we're looking at some mocks here. Seems like tests are failing because of an issue with React Router V plugin. Can't detect preamble. Suggests that testing environment. Okay, and we'll just let it do its thing. Okay, we've got tests running. That is satisfying. That is really satisfying. Although, we need to make sure that we are... It's not just writing tests, that it's going to just pass itself. So we need to make sure that we are... Yeah, those tests are good. What I might do is add Husky to... create a new tab. Install Husky to run, what was it called? I want it to run tests. But it seems to have deleted that. I think accept that. Let's just see what it comes up with. Run tests before commit. Do its thing. Okay, so it's asking me what it wants me to do. Next task by the system is 12, user profile settings. However, if you look at the subtask, it includes password reset and email change functionality, which we've already implemented as part of the authentication flow. It seems like task 12 is now mostly redundant. I have two suggestions. Refactor to update the task to focus only on the remaining profile features like profile picture upload. Yeah, that makes sense. We can delete this task. So let's have a look at task 12. And tasks, dun dun dun. Rubric implement password change, add email. Well, are the roots account? So it does have an account page, new email. Okay, so it's done all of that stuff. I thought it might have done it as part of the login, like forget password and stuff. We don't really care about profile picture. Activity log is pretty good. Yeah, I definitely think refactor task 12. Whoops. Yeah, that's good. That's 12. There we go. That's good. Cool. Husky initial set pre-commit. Cool. Done. See, with this tab feature, I'm wondering why we'd run background agents. Because you're kind of already doing that. I guess you're not editing the same code and they could conflict and get crazy, but anyway, refactored. Now what would you like to do next? Start working. Yeah. Start on task 12. I'm really curious to know if my iPad, my Anthropic key is being blasted right now. Anthropic console. Three. So it looks like some logs are coming through. 25th, 24th for the 6th. Yeah, so they are coming through. I want to know. So they are. So I've spent 50p on Taskmaster now. Let me see if I can update. To use Claude Code, because yeah, I want to figure that out. Okay, so create profiles, blah blah blah. Update Taskmaster to use Claude Code. Let's see if that works. And then whilst doing that, we'll do this. I see the current configuration looks like you have Claude models available. Could you specify Claude Code? So let's just go back to their documentation. Installation guide. Let's go to GitHub. Let's do in the background task. Oh shit, I've just removed that. Let's do that. Okay. Did that work? Not found in supported models. Open router llama. So this is blatantly an issue. Let's see if there's anything to do with Claude code. MCP command incorrectly reports MCP API status false when keys are available. Yeah, so this does seem like Claude Code prefers to use project plan. Let's try setting it ourselves. Setting. Oh, okay, it did something. Set main to clone it. Set main. So where has it done that now? Taskmaster. Where did it do that? Where was the main model set? Which file? Taskmaster config JSON. Taskmaster Config JSON. Let's just make sure. Okay, so cool. So we're using. Okay. So we are using Claude Code. It's very confusing because we have configuration here, we have configuration here. It creates a configuration up here. Something really, I should note these down because these are all crazy stupid bugs. Okay, right. Let's start next task. I want to see if this gets used Claude Code now. Oh, it seems to be working. Done. Develop profile picture upload. Brilliant. Next task. I want to create a master user that I can log in and just see the UI because we're pretty much trusting that this is all working right now. And we're not using shadcn, really, which is kind of the point I wanted to do this. So once again, it feels like Taskmaster is not really it doesn't want to be told what to do. Like, it's not using shadcn. It's not looking at the. I mean, did we even have it in our? I think we did. TypeScript Tailwind. Okay, I want to maybe add shadcn. Maybe we can create a new tab. Abstract all of the currently created components. Refactor the project so far to use shadcn. See what that does. Have you run Superbase Link? No. Let's move into background. I should have used Claude Code for this, I reckon. Let's stop that. Let's talk about Claude Code for a bit. So Claude Code is pretty cool. The only problem is it doesn't have inline. It doesn't have code suggestions. So I'm going to take that. Model default. Let's Yep, this is fine. Let's do that. I really like it. It just doesn't have co-complete, which, you know, if you're using it inside of Cursor, all you've got to do is just whack open your taskbar here, and then you've got co-complete. Well, I think you just have it. You don't even need this open. So, but it's using your cursor plan. So if you're trying to save money, I guess I don't know. I guess autocomplete is part of the free plan. But a nice mix, I think, is Claude Code plus autocomplete. Let's see how it gets on. We are literally coming at this code base from all angles right now, aren't we? I'll have to ask you for it's kind of doing its thing. It's linked it, which is good. Do we do avatar? Did organization table? Maybe we can do this one. Go like that. Copy it. Avatars. Cool. Okay, so we installing ShadCN. I don't think we need to do this, to be fair, but let's doesn't look like it's there. How interesting. Dev dependencies. ShadCN. That's weird. Maybe there's a reason why it was error. Prefix flight components JSON file exists. Start over, remove the components and file and run it again. So hopefully it will sort that out for us. So there's elements of ShadCN stuff. Yeah. Okay, yes, we do. Yeah, so it's identified the components we want. Toast component is deprecated, use Sonar component instead. Ah, this is just a question I've had in the past where it kind of chops and changes between ShadCN and Sonar. This answers the question. Toast, they've got rid of it because Sonar is better. Open changes. Do you want to make this so page layout? Yep. Yep, that's good. I want to use open code as well. That's another one that's pretty interesting. It's getting there's a bit of drama going on at the moment with it, but I still want to use it. Do I need to run this? Okay, so move to background output. Okay, so maybe I just need to leave blank to skip. Sorry guys, back to this. Database password, hey. Database. ID, custom domain, database password. You can use this password, so reset database password. Oh, hang on, was that the one yeah, I saved that earlier. Superbase DB. Okay, I can't find my password, so let's just reset that. Okay, we're in. We are in. And we are skipping. Resume. I think we're good to go. We linked our project manually. This is still going. I might end up buying the Pro membership for Claude Code. Okay, profile implementation is simplicity. Log the implementation details and markers done. Have you done it? Just accept that. What's going on there? I don't know why I like Claude Code so much. Just find it really satisfying, and it seems like it just does a good job. There's not a lot of like messing around. Okay, I have no idea what's going on here. Try again. Great. Cool. Feeling like we need to create a new task here. Proceed on to next task. Security settings, which part tells you profile, need to review details. I mean, this is a bit OTT, the MFA shit, to be fair. So what's great here is it's now using Shad CN, which is good. So it's not liking what I'm doing over the other side. Maybe I should just leave this do its thing. Apparently Claude Code can use MCP now as well, which is really good. Another reason why you would, use Cursor over Claude Code. Draft migration now. Okay. Kicking off now. Once that's done, please apply. Okay, done. Okay, Claude Code is done now too. Let's have a little look at something here. MCP, manage MCP servers, amazing. MCP, yeah, that's cool. What did I want to do over here? It's Task Manager. So, because it's an MCP, I should be able to install Task Manager to here and just use Claude Code. If I copy that. Because I would love to use, okay, MCP add name command args add my server API key paths. See, it's a little bit complicated. They need to have more configuration files. Cause yeah. So that's the name. That'll be an environment variable. So you set up those. Path to server. So that's a local server. It's running locally. Yeah, I'll have to look into this. Anyway, that'd be nice. Close core code. You alright, mate? In fact, I want to, if I go, I want to go in plan mode. Limit reached. Let's do clear. Now using Sonnet 4. How? Okay, plan mode. How do I create a master user? What's the best way? It'll only be me. Okay, I say that because we could in theory store a password in environment variables and just, you know, just use that because it will just be me. I'm not going to be adding any other master users. Cool, great. Now fetching, so still going. I want to see if it's still using Claude code. Logs. So I'm not seeing any more logs. And price doesn't seem to have gone up, which is kind of good. So presumably it's still using Claude code. So I'll implement option 1. JWT custom claims is the most robust. Create a super best assign a master role via custom claims. Database migration to create a helpful function for you. Create a simple admin script that once you want to make yourself. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you just run a script once, and that should let me go. So I probably need to create myself as a user and then run a piece of code to make me a master user. Okay, this requires a lot of patience, doesn't it? Based on your existing aerospace master users, view all organization, create new organizations, update. Cool. Master user system is out. Just deploy the function and run the migration. So I need to deploy a function. How do I deploy the function? Add your service role key. Service role. How to use. Deploy the edge function. Superbase function deploy. Okay, let's just do that now. Because I want to log in. Assign master role. Inspect Docker image. Cannot connect to the Docker daemon. Okay. Oh, okay. Docker. There we go. Do its thing. Superbase service role key. Let's sort that out. Superbase service role key. So here we go, reveal, got it. Okay. So I've done that. Assign master role to your email. Okay, interesting. Let's do that. I'll do my best not to reveal emails. Okay, so I think I need to create myself as a user. Create new user. Nice. Nice. Basically, I ran a script. I created a user inside of Superbase, ran a script, and all of that stuff that I deployed just then made me an admin. Let's see if we can... Let me see if we can show you or see any kind of indication that I am a master user. So there's me. Databases, profiles, theme. So how does it make me a master user? Maybe I should just try and log in. So I'm just getting some errors now, which I'm gonna... Okay, please apply this. yeah, I'm getting some errors on the front end which I need to clear. I'm also creating some new SQL functions. Unable to run query. Connection string is missing. I can put you back, I'm sure. So I'm getting an error when I run the latest migration that they want me to do. There's no other migrations, were there? That error connection is using the tool you're using to apply the migration isn't connected to your Superbase. It is. Solution remains the same. Connection string is missing. And the environment you're running commands. Okay. So let's try just refreshing this. Okay, cool. It ran that time. Sweet. That's fine. I've ran the migration. Boom. So I had Claude Code trying to fix a front end error. Does the file exist? I'm just get Claude Code to do these little ones here. It's probably now I've probably just done that, haven't I? Let's see what happens. Just thinking about it, if I didn't have Claude Code, probably wouldn't be using Claude for this, just because it's so expensive. I'd probably use Gemini. I mean, you do you at the end of the day, but yeah, just thinking out loud. 50 cents, I think this has cost me for about, I don't know, an hour of usage, something like that. Which isn't too bad. Okay. So it's done the task. Failed to load. So we're still getting that error. Let's have a look what's going on. So lib. Wonder why we need this, to be honest. I suppose it's super base stuff, but hooks, user role, context, auth, components, UI. So it's got all my ShadCN stuff. It's going slow, but it's not a good habit here, because at the end of the day, like, I haven't seen anything yet. So I would probably slap myself on the wrist a little bit, because I've vibed this. Like, I've trusted in things. Yes, I've like looked at what's going on and whatever, but I have been vibing this. I didn't think I would be vibing it so much, but I have been. I'm trusting that things are going. At the very least, I'm understanding what's happening, and I'm making judgment calls on what it's asking me to do. But I have basically been vibing, because look, still just a white screen. Task 5 done. So it's kind of, I've had to like tell it to go to new tasks every time now, but it's just kind of doing it now. High priority service management core functionality. I need subtitle expanding now. It's just kind of going. What's happening over here? Still doesn't like this, to be fair. Tasks. Status done. Status done. Status done. Pending, so 6. Pending 7. Pending 8. Pending 9. 10. 11. I mean, why did it do 12? I guess it's just because it needed the the third task dependency. So, 13 is pending. So we've still got a ways to go. These are still, what are we, 5 now, are we? These are all very much architectural changes that we're chugging through here still. Hey Rahul, how's it going? We're vibing out. Slowly but surely, getting like a dashboard for my clients that I can just give them a login to, and they can just see all of their services that we've either built for them or we're using for their website or whatever it is. So yeah, slowly getting there. But this mostly been about trying to figure out Taskmaster, which is I don't know if you've used it, but it's kind of a good way to set up a project. Migration's ready. Check that. Apply it and check that. Please run the migration. Where's the migration now? This format's very different to what we've been seeing previously, though. This is really kind of strange how it's formatted all this. So let them know when I've run the migration. Here we go. Okay, let's do this. Blah blah blah. So there you go. Relation to services already exists. Let's give it that. Do. What is it doing now? I'm getting error after running migration. It is losing its crap right now. I might actually start a new chat. Stop doing what you're doing. Let's try this. Otherwise, I'm going to do it in a new tab. That error relation service is just and run the migration. Okay. Let's trust in this then. So you're just going to get rid of services, huh? In this query. Yeah, this is going crazy right now. Like, it's losing this. I've removed the table. It's gone. Creation command again to create it properly. Okay. Do you want me to push these migrations? Yes. Of course. Avatar images are publicly accessible for table objects. Create service table. We just want to run this one. So how do I do that? Maybe I can just do migrations here. Create services table. This one. In fact, I'm going to get this one here and run this migration. Create table services. Relation services. Oh gosh. Relation services already exist. Okay. Okay, hang on. 2 seconds. So, okay, what's going through my head is I removed the table, then ran migrations, which was this migration. It didn't finish this migration, but it ran this migration, which is not that. So, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the table again. Do that. Run the migrations again. which it hasn't picked it up. Try it again. Yeah, no, it's not. And now just run it manually. Cool. Okay. I might actually... Okay, let's just continue with this. I've done that. State management. Nice. Services. Lib services. I'm curious if... So we are just using Superbase. So we would... I mean... It would be nice to stick... handstack query in front of this, so we're not always calling services and pounding their APIs. But let's see how we get on. Let's also see if we can actually see something. Local storage is not defined. Is there something we can get Claude code to do? Not really. I'm not seeing. Jesus. Let's rerun this just to make sure we're running a clean type ship. Local storage is not defined in theme provider. Crypto secret key. Interesting. Okay. So you need to add that. I think we can, basic crypto keys, I think you can just generate. You don't actually need, like, this, yeah. So if I generate crypto, I'm doing this in Claude Code now. Yeah, it can just be anything. Yes, I want to proceed. I think we're good on the secret front. Cool. I think we're good. This is still going. I haven't even thought about this. Ugh, that was annoying. Damn, dealing with keys when you're live streaming, they are a pain in the ass. You just got to delete them, but it's, you know, no big deal. And we're good there. Connection resume. Create user. It's on create user now. Let's have a little look at our tasks. Still going strong. So we're on 6 now. 5, pending 4, pending 3, pending 2. So I wonder why it's not updating these TXT files. We can see the progress in, where is it now? Tasks. Done. And 4, 5 is done. 6 is pending. That's what we're on now. I've got the subtask going on. I'm going to see where we're at half past the hour, wherever you are in the world, and check out yeah, see where we're at half past, and then maybe go for some lunch or something. User.txt, that doesn't look like it needs to be created. Create client. Is this, do you think, create client? These are like, they could be the same thing. Organization. I won't judge, it could correct itself. Do you know what? I'm going to go for some lunch now. That would make more sense to do that. I will leave this running. Seems to be doing its thing. Unbothered, unfazed. And we'll come back in like half an hour or something like that and see where we're at. Cool. See you in a bit. All right. Back. And I'll say that I've had to push this along a little bit, whether it's internet issues, and I don't know if that's my side or whatever, but and yeah, some reorchestration of the databases and whatever. But it's still going. I think we're on task like 10 or 9.4 now, so it's made some good headway. But it's a lengthy task, you know? I've got a coffee. Decaf, of course. I ain't eaten. It's 2 o'clock. I ain't drinking any coffee at this hour. Not at this hour. But it's going. We still haven't got anything loaded. Well, actually, let's just double check because I haven't checked since I've just been back. Yeah, some keys and stuff, which I can probably sort out manually. But we're going. Probably shouldn't be that close to the microphone, should I? When I'm eating. But so far, I'm going to have to do a bit more research on the Taskmaster stuff. Because again, that cyclical dependency where you can't do anything without it initializing, and by initializing creates or reads from your README file. So, yeah. And I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident that I created a proper PRD. It kind of just used my README as it's the source of inspiration, but I don't see anywhere that it's reflected that against the template PRD, which has got all of this core features, user experience, all this kind of stuff. There is a task we can run for it to help us with that. But again, yeah. Unsure. So maybe I'll do another one with another project, like in the week, and another live vibe out session. Probably going to try and keep these up pretty frequently, but yeah, uncertain. The promise is there, and it probably works for some people in some scenarios, but as someone who has already a project, I'll need to look into what they expect from that project. But yeah, got some cherries too. And I'm dying to get something like visual as well, because I'm, again, just vibing my trust in this working. I suppose I could get this going on. So in users.ts, I need a role key. Let's have a little look. Users.ts service role keys, which is service role key. Let's copy that and move that over to my env file. Doing my best to protect my environment variables. Okay. We have something. I'm going to try and log into my master account. I've got so many of these now. Need to organize them a little bit. Failed to log in. Okay, so the fun begins. Let's try this one. Oh no, I'm getting UI errors. Okay, let's just wait until this is done. Ooh, hot. Oh, this is annoying. So we've been actually running this, or since 11, something like that. No. Wow, yeah, a couple of hours for sure. So it's a long old process. And again, I wonder if others have had this sort of thing, or whether people run Taskmaster against such an extensive code base already. But it's been a while. I want to see this through, though. I want to see it through. Let's try and log in again. Oh. Base. Okay, I'm in. Create my first project, so I can create projects from here. Invite team members. So I should be a master user. So I just clicked create first project, but nothing happened. Looks nice though. I mean, it's pretty standard, but it looks alright. Do any of these work? No. Okay, we'll deal with that separately. Yep, I'm ready to begin. Ready. Let's have a look where we're at with this tasks. Seven is done. 8 is done. Is it 9 is done? 12 is done. 11 is pending. 13 is pending. 14, 15. So we've got a few more tasks to do. And actually, just to summarize at this point, the confusion I'm having is that when we add the MCP server, we give it some API keys and things like that. When you initialize a project, it then also creates a cursor config file for MCP, and it also creates it created something else to do with the tasks, the API keys. There was another thing it did basically to I think it's in config here. It's this config file. So not only did it ignore the fact that I created the damn thing with MCP, so clearly I would have had API keys, it then just created two other ways of accepting API keys. So my Taskmaster wasn't actually using the API, correct API. It was using the fallback for everything. So I didn't get the most out of it in the beginning because it uses Perplexity to do a bunch of like searches and things like that. So that was kind of annoying and kind of confusing. It just adds to the confusion. I think I'll do a few more projects and just inspect what's going on and try and figure out an order before I make a video on Taskmaster. And of course, whether I actually genuinely recommend it. Which I can't see why you wouldn't. It's just a structured way to define your application in the beginning. But I need to know that I'm using it in the right way to know how to recommend it, sort of thing. Yeah, because I was getting complaints that the API was unauthenticated. But now we're good. I would love to know my usage of Cursor versus actual Taskmaster. Like what points, at what point do they make API requests via Taskmaster versus API requests using Cursor? I mean, maybe it's just all Cursor right now. Maybe because the tasks have been created, that it's all Cursor. But it's only in the setup and the Taskmaster tasks that it actually uses the APIs that you provide it. Which means I've mostly just used Claude, which is fine, but oof, come on. Let's try skipping. Here we go. Should already have that. Integrate logging mechanism. Okay. And that's the other thing, I guess, as well here, because it's kind of like going ham and creating all of this stuff just over and over again. Like, the context window on this must be insane. Start a new chat for better results, you know? So It's one thing I like about Klein. Klein gives you a lot more information on what's going on. So what are we on? 13. Come on, only 2 more tasks to do. I swear to God, if I was just doing this without streaming it, what a friggin' waste of time this would be. I don't think I would cope. Okay, theme provider. We've already done this. We've already done this. We'll figure it out. Clear that context. Implement theme. Start working on it. Expand. This involves creating a theme context toggle component, ensuring that all concepts theme which consists in local storage. It's currently might as well load project we'd like to do. We can start working on expandable details. Skip it and let's skip it because I do believe that it's already implemented pretty much, or at least the UI is, and then we can start actually getting something up on screen. The OCD in me wants to to do it, but you know. Having trouble. This is what I had to kind of shuffle it along with. Cool, let's do it. Okay, yes. Jesus Christ. For some reason it gets really needy. Sometimes it will just work through tasks without being disturbed. Okay. Great. Like, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? I don't know where it's getting the logo from, but whatever. Yeah. Sometimes it's really like needs this. Whereas I left it for about 40 minutes earlier. Kind of the only thing that stopped it was internet connection. I don't know if this is me, but I said it very early on in this whole vibe code stuff. Doing things in Cursor, like I always thought vibe code tools like Replit were really good for starting projects from scratch. And this kind of shows that it is. I thought Taskmaster would bridge the gap. And while it does, it kind of needs a lot of hand holding. Takes a long time. And, well, yeah. So it's removing all that dashboard stuff it's just created. Wants to mark it as done and move on. Yeah, go on. Breadcrumb seems a bit crazy, but OTT. But let's do it. I am demolishing these cherries. Root of breadcrumb. I mean, in my head, it's barely something we need, to be honest, but and what's going through my head right now is, again, comes down to design. Like, I haven't had any say in the design or whatever for this app. And that's what I'm trying to figure out a workflow for. Next task is 11.5. Integrate dashboard widgets, descriptions, develop and integrate into the widget for data display and show. The current dashboard home is the place all the cars getting started. Each activity. I guess so, yeah. Let's go with it. Let's see how this comes up, because again, getting started, like, great. Yeah, I'm just thinking about where where I would recommend you start a project from. It doesn't feel like this is it. This is vibe coding. This is local vibe coding, which I've done a video on this. Vibe coding is you kind of giving up any real design or whatever, and you're testing an idea, prototyping, right? Okay. I think I friggin' hope we're nearly done. And if you know how to code, you know you're building something. It's just, for me, I kind of want just the architecture of an app taken care of. I don't want the UI. Well, I suppose you could have most of the UI there, because UI is very quick to do. So you can, I guess, do it this way, but know that you're going to go in and reorchestrate things. But it's kind of architecture and actually the UX kind of come hand in hand sometimes. So it's really, probably have to go away and really think about what the correct way to work on projects like this is, or do some more research. Let's skip. Maybe it's the last one to do, I don't know. I've just got a notification about remote MCP servers in Claude Code. Developers had to set up a local MCP server to integrate it with their existing tool chain. I want to figure out how you set up a local MCP, or not, how that differs from just what we do normally in Cursor. Interesting how I just got that notification. We've set up Docker. Okay, it's clear the current task list isn't what you're looking for right now. It's like it heard me. Instead of me suggesting tasks, how about we brainstorm? Is there a new feature you've been thinking of? Can we create a new task? No. So we need to get this up and running now. Let's ditch this and say, let's use Claude Code for this. I'm getting the error. So I'm kind of done with Taskmaster now. I think it's done its job. I'm keen to, well, let's see. Let's try and get up and running first. Created system error should now be resolved. Okay, well the UI looks like absolute trash now. So let's start understanding the project a little bit then. Let's go into roots. See, what is this? See? Not found page. These look like, to me, these look like remix files. See, these are hallucinations for sure. Is so home. So trash. Get started. Getting started. Okay, we're here. Look, button. Create first project. Okay, we need to start wiring some of this stuff up. So let's. Yeah. No. Okay, we handle. Okay, cool. So let's just delete that. Trust. Is dollar dot tsx needed. Oh, I think I was referring to my lines that I had selected. Okay, dollar to not currently needed. Brilliant. Looks weird. It's gone. Okay. Project. So it's not project. It is service for a start. Let's do this. Let's wire this up to create a new service in the database. Yeah, so probably be in here. Get services, service, create service. There we go. Service needs an organization, so we probably need to be able to create an organization. We probably should create an organization first. Create your first service button is now wired up to the database. It opens the database. Do dialog create new service. Let's try it. Cool. Reference error, process is not defined. Where is that? Looking in crypto service is not defined. Process is not defined. Process, oh, is that because it needs is this, I think it needs process. I'm going to come out of this for now and just go to Superbase. Yeah, so it needs a new format. It's not process. It is import. Cool, we're back. Okay, create service. Username or email, password, URL. This needs a bit of improvement. Let's just make some stuff up. GitHub user@example.com. Password 1234. github.com. Okay. What was it waiting for? Let's just check what this says here. Nothing. Great. Okay. Unable to create service form. Service name, username, password, URL. Let's check, see if we can figure this out alongside it. Button. There's no organization ID. Perfect. Okay, so that's actually true. We need to be able to select yeah. Thing is, so I'm a master user. I should be able to, I kind of need to see a different dashboard to these guys. This is like a normal user thing. Let's do a big sweeping change right now. Let's I kind of want to just leave that. Okay, so as a master user, I should be able to create users, services, and organizations. Admins and members should not see this page. Let's see what that says. See what this does. This should already be there. So I think this is refreshing loads because it hasn't set me up as a master. So let's, oh gosh, here we go. There was a script somewhere, assign master role. So we go into here, looking for user email. So I provide users email, list users. Okay, user ID, blum blum blum, invoke assign master role, which is a function we've uploaded. I failed to assign master role. Okay, let's have a little look. So with that, let's go into the auth hook. admin. So again, we have a script that let me just check something. I'm going to go into Superbase, check against the users, and see if there's any indication that I've been set as. Okay, so yeah, raw user metadata is set as master. So let's use that in our code. We have a script. So master users have the following data against their auth. Let's try that. See if that figures out. I think this is get user role. Okay, so that's just getting user roles. Cool. User. Does it? Console log. Current user. Okay. User metadata. Here we go. Okay, cool. User metadata. Brilliant. Excellent. Cool. So now I can see that page. It's going to refresh for me. What's that? Can I create users? No, but I can create an organization. Let's wire up. Close all. Let's wire up. Roots, home. The rest of the buttons. So create service, create organization. Let's create organization button. thinking of a video to create about the whole Taskmaster thing. Obviously being mindful that I don't have all the answers and I haven't tried it an awful lot. Well, it's a first impressions type of thing. But the fact is, it just seemed like a lot of work for like something that was mediocre when starting from fresh. And I'm struggling to see a world where AI assisted coding and Taskmaster can live together. Because right from the get-go, it's vibing out. You know? Sorry, just picking my nose here. Cool. Let's create a organization. Operator doesn't exist. Okay. Well, the question is, did the organization get created? No, it didn't. The UI looks cool anyway. Right, let's figure out what's going on. Let's close that bad boy. Create organization, dialog open, set as crew. Content or title. Create service form. No, we're not creating organization, aren't we? Create organization form. Organization, handle create organization, set form error, blah blah blah. New organization name, create organization, success. What's that? Is that okay. Do something. Create organization. User not found. Do we have any errors? So no errors. Create org. Wait, organizations. Oh, so it's there. Where does it get our data ID? So that should work. Post. Okay. Response. No operator matches the given name. You might need to add explicit typecasts. Operator does not exist. Unknown. Okay. Let's see if we can fix this error. When I insert an organization, I get the error. So I guess it's worth saying that I'm inside this file, I know where the error is occurring, and I'm asking the question based on that specific thing. The data schema is set up, how the query has been executed. Okay. I don't know about that. Because I console logged ID. Didn't even get to it. Let's try again. Yep, it's whinging again. So, log data. Null. So insert name. Does it have a name? Does. So yes. Data is coming back as null. Cool. Got something. Okay. So what are we doing? We are inserting name into there. What are the permissions? Database, tables. Well, it's got a row in. No, that's my profile. Organizations. How do I do policies, isn't it? Yeah. Masters can update. Masters can create organization. Maybe it's to do with this. Is master user. So functions, where are the functions? They're here, aren't they? Functions. Is master user. Edit function. Not master. Was that? Can't remember the structure. I'll have to go off again. User role. So raw user metadata. Raw user metadata. Auth. So this is right. So how do I test whether that... So I'm not familiar with this, but I'd like to test if this function actually works. Why do these keep getting deleted? So error. Oh, that's why. Name. Reckon this is something to do with just me being a master user. Policies allow only master users to add organizations. We have a function that checks for master users. See, I feel like this is where we'll get into this, but rules and memory kind of comes into play. Like this is all little things here or there that need to be put in some sort of memory. But anyway, super base functions. So we don't have anything in here. Master users. It looks like the following. Let's try and get that function. I do. Do I not? We do. Okay, so it's just checking here. So don't think this fixes anything. User role master. So I do have a user role. Well, it is. Maybe it's something to do with this. Maybe it's something to do with actually retrieving. That it can only run. No. Let's ask. Well, actually, let's go into here. Let's go into ask mode. I get the error below when trying to add organizations. I actually need to go soon. So we might have to pick this up tomorrow. And maybe after I've thought a bit about it. Error occurs when Postgres users can't find the matching operator for data types you're trying to use in your query. Let's find out if if name is actually getting passed. That could be it. That could be it. Blah blah blah. Console log name. Give this one a whirl. Okay, so that's the name is a string. So is it expecting a string? Is it expecting a string? Where do I do this now? Organization. Create organization name, user ID. There'll be some. Let me think. Migrations. Create organizations table. Text not null. So that's that. Created at. Do I need to do created at as well? No, because its default is now. Text not null. Did I not ask? No, I don't want you to plan next moves. I want you to stop. I want you to do this, and I want you to... go into here. See what that says. Name. Yeah, that's fine. Search the results to point to a couple. Yeah, which we've done. But this isn't it. Like, okay, that's all well and good, but... org. 10. Handle delete. Don't care about that. Before user org. That's before user org delete. Before user role. Okay, that's not really what we want. It's also using the wrong column name. So, well, let's correct that, because that is... So org ID, user ID, role. Doesn't sound wrong to me. Org ID, user ID and role. Okay, let's just try that, because you never bloody know. And great. So we're posting to organizations. So we don't... Yeah. So we don't care about that. Organizations. Just double check this is not a typo. Organizations. Organizations. Insert name. We have name, ID, and creator. Why? Let's attempt just to remove the policies. Insert can create organizations. Is master user. I'm just going to copy that. In fact, I'm just going to copy all of that. It's better. Boom. Discard. Let's insert. Let's delete policy. Let's see if we can add users now. So we know it's to do with the all data. New row violates row level security. Okay, that's a progress. Create policy. Only master users can add organizations. Insert. Let's check our little create. Why does that say alter? Okay, let's try that. That's probably what I would have added if I was like doing it myself anyway. Okay, so let's recreate. How do I write a function that checks users raw meta data in super base? Oh, user metadata JSON B auth users create function expect to return. Oof. Client site. No. So maybe it's this. Okay, let's try database functions is master user because JWT. So let's cut. See, yeah, this is. I mean, this is stuff I have no idea about. So I have. Yeah, that looks. That looks. Let's try that. Ooh, there you go. Org ID. Boom. There it is. There it is. Right. So what's the problem now? Is user org. User organization ID does not exist. Column user organization. So the ID that comes back. Is this a race condition? User organizations, user ID. So it looks like that looked like it did it. So what's that error? Column user organizations, organization ID. But that's fine, but we've fixed that. It's saying user organization ID doesn't exist. So let's just double check to see. So I think this is probably somewhere else then. Close. Create organization, fetch organizations, fetch organizations. Come on. Get organizations. Okay, there it is. Let's create a new one. Cool. So there's some refreshing stuff that we need to sort out there. We need to close this. Technically, we should be seeing some sort of list on this. We should be able to, I mean, there's tons on this. Okay, we're going to wrap it up there. I'm just going to say now, I need to have another go at Taskmaster, because this sort of stuff I would expect to get ironed out, especially how long it took. It took hours to run through my Taskmaster result. And to still have this, you'd expect some basic functionality to work. It doesn't look particularly good. So I'm very much leaning on, if you need to start a project from scratch and you want to, and you want to just vibe it, I'm very much leaning heavily against using Cursor. Starting from Cursor. I thought Taskmaster was going to be the sort of bridge between the two. But to have this sort of functionality after hours of it running, I don't know. Saying that, I want to run one more project with Taskmaster. I want to do a little bit more research. I thought I had it in my noggin, but I want to do a little bit more research. And then I want to do one more project with it. I do want to continue with this. There's still lots to do here. But yeah, that's it. I think we'll pause it there. We'll stop it there. And we'll come back probably tomorrow with some more vibe stuff. And if you watch this and you stuck with it, Jesus Christ, then I would love for any sort of feedback or any kind of ideas of where to go next. So with that, I will stop the stream. And I'll see you in the next one. Keep on vibing.